Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first class on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. Great. So we'll wait for others to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's begin now. Over the course of around the next 5 or so weeks, I'll take you to this amazing journey of the entire constitution, important statutes, the laws, the provisions, various landmark judgments, bodies, their functions, plethora of issues that concern us, and of course, the solutions to all those issues. So we'll start from the very basic level and we'll try to match the UPSC level as well within the same class, within this format. And our course of discussion will be geared very, very strictly towards the UPSC, keeping the UPSC syllabus in mind. Because, of course, there is no limit to how much you can study and how much information you can collect. So we are not here to have some enlightenment and have some debates, etc., in random places, right? We are here to clear the examination, maximize our score in a particular paper, and that should be the intent right from the word go. Collecting information which is going to be useful for us and which can be used by us in the examination, right? Okay, so that is going to be our structure. Now, before we discuss and delve deeper into topics, of course, first up is this important element that the class timing. I hope you are aware the class starts at 5 and will continue till 8:30. We'll have a break of around 15 minutes or so, somewhere around 6:35, 6:40. So that would be the time frame where we'll take a break of around 15 minutes. I hope that will be sufficient for everybody. Beyond that, whenever we discuss on any topic in UPSC, the first thing that should come in your mind is, of course, why are we studying that topic, right? There should be certain elements to this aspect. Why are we studying polity and constitution, which is actually a part of GS paper 2? So you can see here, polity and constitution, a very, very important part of GS paper 2. That is the second GS paper in the main examination. Now, what is need and importance for polity and constitution? First up, the importance of any topic can very easily be assessed or gauged by knowing and getting this information on how many questions are being asked in the examination from that particular topic. So this has been the number of questions asked from polity and constitution over the last 10 or so years. So starting with 2011, so 12 questions were asked, and I'm sure you are aware that the number of questions in GS paper 1 for prelims, the general studies paper, is 100, each question carrying 2 marks. So 2011 you had 12 questions. In 2012 you had 20 questions from polity. 2013 18 questions, 2014 13 questions. Now, one more point to be observed is that till 2014, UPSC included both CSAT and the general studies paper to calculate the final marks, the marks which would be required for you to sit for the main examination. So to clear prelims, even the CSAT score was added till 2014. So that is why if you see the cutoff of UPSC prelims 2014 and before that, you will find that, for example, the cutoff in 2011 was 198 marks. That is because the CSAT marks were added. Or the cutoff in 2013 was 241 marks. But then 2015 onwards, the selection for the main examination is solely based on how many marks you get in the GS paper 1, with CSAT now being a qualifying paper, 33% marks. And in 2015, the cutoff was 107. 107 being the cutoff, meaning you needed 107 marks to clear the prelim examination, out of which 15 marks questions, 15 questions, that is 15 into 2, 30 marks questions came from polity itself. 2016 was a very off year for polity. Cutoff increased, and the cutoff of 2016 has been the highest in the past 6-7 years. 116 marks was the cutoff, right? Then in 2017, amazing year for polity, and for polity faculty, we could claim that, see, what we teach is very important. And cutoff also came down. Cutoff came down to 105. And from there, we have seen a steady decline in the cutoff. So in 2018 and 2019, around 30 marks questions from polity, cutoff came down to further 98. And in 2020, the cutoff came down further with questions increasing. So 40 marks questions were asked from polity, and the cutoff was 92.5. Then in 2021, the cutoff dipped down further. Number of questions 18, that is 36 marks. Cutoff was 87.54. These cutoffs are for the general category. For the OBC and EWS and SC/ST, you can maybe lessen it by 2, 3, 4, 5 marks, and that is it. Of course, we don't know what is the cutoff for 2022, because once the results are out, we'll see the cutoff. Yes, number of questions have come down. Only 10 questions asked last year. So this actually means that now in the next couple of years, more importance on polity for the prelims. So you can see very well that this subject is important, because a lot of questions are asked from polity in the prelims examination, and most of these questions are actually very simple. So they are largely easy to moderate difficulty. So that is one area. If you study and focus properly, you can very easily score around 70 to 80% marks, meaning around 70-80% questions from polity can be answered correctly, right? Now, one more reason why I showed you the cutoff is to also bring to you this understanding and also bring about a sense of realism in your preparation. So we have all come from our school and college days, and especially school days, and look at the marks we scored in our schools. 98, 99, 99.4, 99.6, 99.8. I mean, to be realistic, look at, and even when the toppers score these marks, look at their faces. They are still upset that, oh, I missed out on 0.2 marks. But please don't have these kind of expectations in UPSC. The cutoff is around 45%. This 87.5 is out of 200. Okay, so please don't have this feeling that I will break this barrier and I will get 190 marks, right? Not possible, and not required also. So that's there. Okay. So this is with respect to the importance in prelims. Second element that we should know is the syllabus. So if you look at the prelim syllabus, it's very concise, very brief, not very clear on what exactly is the expectation. So that is one thing that is slightly troublesome for us to understand, because it's a very generic kind of syllabus. So this is a syllabus of prelims. They say Indian polity and governance. So what is the meaning of polity? So all of us have come here to understand and discuss polity. So polity basically means form of government. So we are referring to Indian form of government. We need to know in depth and in detail every aspect about the Indian form of government. And of course, governance, constitution. So they have mentioned the word constitution, this rule book that we have in the country, but not all the articles or all the provisions are important. Very few are important. Then the political system in the country. Political system refers to the process of making government decisions. So those areas also are things that we should know. Then Panchayati Raj. So I'm sure you're aware that we have a 3-tier structure in the country. At the top, central government. Then in your states, the state government. And at the lowest level, we refer to what is called the local governance. Details later on. Local governance. Topic mentioned in prelims, but hardly any question is asked from Panchayati Raj in the prelim examination. But this topic is very, very important for main examination, because over the last around 7-8 years, almost every year, there is a guarantee that you will get questions on Panchayati Raj. Panchayati Raj or local self-government in general, one question in main examination is going to be asked. Then public policy and rights issues, etc. So rights issues refer to the fundamental rights and the related aspects of fundamental rights that we have. Okay. So this is a syllabus of prelims. We don't really know much. If we have to understand from this, it is very vague. But then you will get to know a better information with respect to syllabus can always be gauged through looking at the previous year questions. So that's there. We'll discuss that later on. Now, the next stage, if you have put in the effort, I believe you will, any serious aspirant can, without much difficulty, clear the prelims examination. So when I say serious aspirant, I mean to say those aspirants who are genuinely putting in the effort, around 1-2 years of time, studying on a regular basis, revising, practicing all these things, right? Not those who are just daydreaming. So barring them, most serious aspirants who are there will clear the prelims. Of course, the seats are limited, so some of the serious aspirants may not be able to make it. But any which way, this year or the next, any genuine candidate will of course clear the prelims and will enter the main examination, which is actually the real test, because the mains marks are added in your final score, and it is this particular main examination which is going to yield the result and the rank as well. Okay, so now the mains paper is of 250 marks. Again, these things are again areas which you are already aware of. 250 marks, right? 4 GS papers, 2 optional papers. There's 1 optional subject, but 2 papers and 1 essay paper. Now, as far as the marks are concerned, from the topic polity and constitution, in GS paper 2, that is 250 marks, so roughly around 80 marks questions have come in 2013. Now, you would say, sir, why have you only shown us from 2013? The reason being that the syllabus of UPSC and the entire pattern was modified and changed drastically 2013 onwards. So I would also suggest you that when you are looking at previous year questions for mains, not for prelims, for mains, you should restrict yourself to 2013 onwards. Don't look at the mains questions from before 2013, because they were very different in nature, largely based on mugging up facts, right? Now the paper has become more of a thinking person's paper. You have to think, understand, analyze, and then respond in the answer. So the type of questions being asked, it has changed dramatically over the years. So 2013 onwards. In 2013, we had roughly 80 marks questions. So these are all marks. 80 marks questions were asked. In fact, in some years, like say 2019, 115 marks from polity and constitution. So pretty decent, sizable number of questions are asked in the main examination as well. And again, let me remind you that don't have this misplaced feeling that people get 225 marks, 230 marks. No, any score above 100 is a very good score. So I'll repeat, any score above 100 in GS papers is considered to be a good score, 100 out of 250, right? Because see, this is the examination where the topper is getting 53, 54% marks. Even the topper gets 53, 54% marks. So of course, I think the cutoff in GS range or cutoff in the main examination is roughly around 730, 740 mark. That is 43% marks, right? So that is a very, very low score. This also means that in general, when you write some answers and your answers get evaluated, please don't feel sad, oh, I got only 4 marks or 5 marks or 6 marks out of 10. These are considered to be very good scores. So our expectations have to be rationalized when you prepare for this examination. Okay. Now, moving on to the syllabus of main examination. Now, this is where UPSC has thankfully explained things in detail as to what can any aspirant expect, what kind of questions can be asked in the main examination. So I would also request you that over the course of next few days, devote some time and read the syllabus on a daily basis, because the syllabus will give us an understanding of what is important and what is not important, right? So first things first, Indian Constitution, historical underpinnings, the evolution of the Constitution, the features of the Constitution, amendments. So what is amendment? Modification. So you know very well that our Constitution, this rule book, can be modified. So those amendments, we have so far made 105 changes, right? 105 changes have been made. But then don't worry, there is no need to mug up all the changes. Only a few changes would be important for us to understand. Significant provisions. This line itself clarifies that what you need to know are the significant provisions of the Constitution. Significant, important provisions only. You don't need to mug up the entire Constitution. This is again a misconception that we now need to mug up the entire Constitution. We are trapped. Don't worry. That is not the case here. Okay. And basic features. So basic features or basic structure is a concept we'll discuss under fundamental rights. So as far as the basic structure is concerned, basic structure refers to, see, in our Constitution, we have so many provisions. Provisions refer to articles basically. So in very technical terms, we call it articles. But the syllabus calls it provisions. It's okay. Don't feel angry. It's okay. These words can be used interchangeably. Now, some things in our Constitution are extremely important. They can never be modified. So you can modify small things, but you cannot modify the major things. For example, democracy. Now, India is a democracy, right? Tomorrow, we cannot simply modify this and say, no, from now onwards, India will be a monarchy where Narendra Modi is a new king or Rahul Gandhi is a new king. No, we can't do all this. So there are certain limits to what we can modify. Those limits are what we refer to as the basic structure or the basic features. We'll discuss this in detail when we study the fundamental rights. Then functions and responsibilities of the union and the states, issues and challenges pertaining to the federal structure. So you know very well in the recent times, the issue between center and states, the issues between center and Tamil Nadu, center and West Bengal, center and say Kerala, etc., have been brought to the limelight. And this is not something new. It has always been there. This center-state tussle has always been there. And we have to understand this through the prism or the glass of the concept of federal structure. So what is this federalism? The idea of federalism is that we have government which is characterized by a central government and a regional government. So federal refers to a separation of powers, right? Or division of power. Division of power between center and states. Again, a very, very important concept is federal structure, details later on. Then devolution providing, right, powers and finances, money, up to the local levels. What is meant by local level? Local level refers to panchayats and municipalities. So this is what I was referring to. An extremely important topic of our syllabus is panchayats and municipalities. So panchayats are the rural self-government, municipalities are the urban self-government. Extremely important. I cannot lay enough stress on how important this topic is going to be, right? So we'll discuss all these issues in detail, the entire structure and what exactly is a concern as far as panchayats and municipalities are concerned. Then separation of powers between various organs, separation of powers. So here this refers to the three organs that we have in the country. We have legislature, we have the executive. Executive is what you refer to as the government. And we have the judiciary. So separation of powers between L, E, and J. And then dispute redressal mechanisms and institutions. Again, a very, very important topic, extremely important, details later on. For those who have been preparing for some time and for those who have been referring to some news items on a regular basis, you'd hear of a term called judicial activism. Sometimes judiciary interferes and gives orders to the government or the parliament on certain matters. That is what is referred to as judicial activism. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to judicial activism, whether it is right or wrong, or to what extent is it right or wrong, all these things are going to be extremely important, and we'll have to understand it through or under this particular topic only. So when we study judiciary, we'll be discussing about the topic judicial activism. Then parliament and the state legislatures, of course, their structure, their functioning, their conduct of business, powers and privileges, and issues arising out of all these things, right? So we'll be studying about the parliament, the state legislatures, and every possible detail that is required for the examination. Beyond that, the structure, the organization, and the functioning of the executive and the judiciary, the ministries, departments, etc. Then in our country, we have this thing called elections, right? Every 5 years, we have elections, whether it is at the state level or the central level. Now, elections take place and the procedure of elections is governed through some laws, right? Laws are there in a country which govern the process of elections. So there are two laws. Those laws are called Representation of People's Act 1950 and 1951. So these are the two laws that we have, popularly referred to as RPA 1950-1951. Very important topic again. In fact, in the recent times, this has been in news because one great leader of our country, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, was recently disqualified on the grounds of one provision under RPA only. Okay. So anyway, this RPA is very important. In the last 5-6 years, we have seen 4 times a question in main examination has been asked from RPA. Then, now, appointment to various constitutional posts, powers, functions, responsibilities of various constitutional bodies. So we'll be looking into bodies like Election Commission of India, Finance Commission, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, National Commission for Backward Classes, etc. So if at any point of time I use some abbreviation, I don't know what that is, or you missed out, you can always Google search for it. That's always an option. Okay. Then statutory, regulatory, and various quasi-judicial bodies. Quasi. What is this quasi? Quasi means semi. Semi-judicial. Basically, there is a topic called tribunals. So this semi-judicial refers to tribunals, right? So we have statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies that are tribunals. What is statutory? See, regulatory means a body which regulates, which oversees that other people, other companies, etc., perform their tasks properly. What is statutory? Statutory comes from the word statute. There is a word called statute. Statute basically means law. It's a synonym of law. If you want to impress somebody, say statute, or he'll say law. It's the exact same thing. So statutory means legal. So legal bodies. Okay. So this is all as far as the mains syllabus is concerned. So we'll just summarize the syllabus quickly for our comprehensive understanding. First up, we have the Constitution. We'll be looking into all the constitutional provisions. I mean, not all, of course, but the important ones. Second, we are also going to look into the important laws in the country that are made. So one example I gave of a law was RPA, Representation of People's Act, or sometimes very interesting laws like the Citizenship Amendment Act, etc. Okay. Number 3. Then in the recent times, if we observe the paper, we'll find that this topic has become very important. And this is Supreme Court judgments. So Supreme Court judgments on various topics. In fact, forget judgments. Sometimes Supreme Courts just make an observation, and that results in a question being asked in the main examination. Observations, Supreme Court directives, etc. So we should always be on the lookout for such news items where Supreme Court has said something, right? Then of course, sometimes some executive orders become important. What is an executive order? Executive order or executive notification refers to government order or government notification. Like recently or in the last few days, you must have seen the detailed discussion going on the information technology rules that have been released recently, right? So it has been in a lot of debate. So government keeps on releasing some orders, issues, etc., right? Orders, sometimes guidelines for people in general. So not all, because every day some order is going to be released. A few of them become important. And lastly, we also have a very interesting idea of something called convention. Conventions or customs. So in our country, we have various laws. We have the Constitution, and so many laws are there, right? But even then, you will find that there are certain conventions or customs which are practiced all across the country. And these customs are practiced with such intent that you feel that, is it a law? They may not be laws, but they have the same force as that of law. That is called a custom, right? A convention, conventional way of doing things. Okay. So that is what is referred to as custom. I'll give an example. Very interesting custom. If you look into the constitution, you'll find that there is a post called governor. I'm sure everybody here knows that there is somebody called governor for every state. Now, who can be a governor? What is the qualification? The qualification for this governor is mentioned in the constitution. There is an article 157 which provides qualification. To be a governor, there are just two basic qualifications. You have to be a citizen of this country and you have to have age of 35 years or above. That's it. No other qualification. But if you look at all these governors of all these states, for example, say governor of Kerala, all is in news. Governor of Kerala, Arif Muhammad Khan, he does not belong to Kerala. He belongs to UP. Now, if Arif Muhammad Khan belongs to UP, then who is the governor of UP? Anandi Ben Patel. She belongs to Gujarat. If you look at Gujarat, Acharya Devvrat, the governor, he belongs to Haryana. If you look at Haryana, governor B. Dattatreya belongs to Telangana. If you take any state and look at the governor, that governor will never belong to the same state. Always the case. Outsiders are made the governors, right? So this is not mentioned anywhere. No law says this. The constitution does not say this, but we follow this practice diligently, that we always appoint somebody from some other state as a governor of another state. Why? Because outsiders will be more free and independent. They will not get involved in local politics. That has been the intention, right? And this convention is followed so strictly that it has never ever been broken except once. Just once was this convention broken in 1967, when this retired IAS officer Venkat Vishwanath became the governor of Kerala. So he was from Kerala, but later on he served his entire IAS career in MP, I believe, and then he was made the governor of Kerala. That has been the only exception, right? So this is there. Now, more on all these things later on. As and when we study, we'll discuss all these details. I'm just giving you basic examples, roughly, on what exactly is the requirement. So we are done with the first thing, the importance in prelims and mains. Second thing is the syllabus. And the third question that every aspirant is crazy about and crazy to know is, what is that magical book list? What is that amazing book list that if we could get our hands on that book list, we could study only those topics, just 20 topics, 20 questions, clear the examination. That's not going to happen. But yes, I'll give you certain book lists which you should follow diligently, at least for polity. So first up, we have the two NCERT books. So you know very well that NCERTs, the Bibles of UPSC, blah, 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 all that is said. Frankly, that's not always true. Not all NCERTs are important. Some NCERTs are very important. If I'm taking a geography class, I'll say, oh, NCERT of geography class 11th, it's mandatory. But if I'm taking a polity class, I'll say, not really. So firstly, these two NCERTs, Democratic Politics class 9th and class 10th, they are not really important. They are very, very basic in nature. And again, any person who is, say, in the graduation or has graduated will find them to be very, very basic and generic. You'll get no new information in this at all, which is going to have any help in the examination. We will be discussing topics which are going to be way more in detail than what is mentioned here. Of course, it is meant for 9th and 10th, right? So we can skip this. Now, if there is somebody who is in, say, class 11th, 12th, or class 9th or 10th only, or class 8th, 7th, we don't know. So please study these two books also. Otherwise, every graduate or person who is in the first year or above, please skip these two books. Don't waste time uselessly. Now, there are two more NCERT books of class 11th. So these are also NCERT books, but they are from class 11th. As far as these NCERT books are concerned, one of these books is extremely important. You have to read it. This book has to be read. It's like, we call it a must read kind of situation. So this is the must read book that we refer to. This is what is that must read book. Mandatory reading. And when I say, one more thing, I'm sure you have taken other classes, so others would know. For those who this is the first class, let me remind you on something very important. When I say or any faculty says read a book, it does not mean read the book and throw it away. That's it, done. No, you have to read it, right? You have to underline important points, and you have to read the book again and again, at least 3 to 5 times. If you're planning to read the book less than 3 times, don't read it, because any which way you will not remember anything from the book. So please, read means at least 3 times. That is the mandatory provision here. So this book will have around 10 chapters, not around, exactly 10 chapters. So 10 chapters from this book, in this book. These chapters range very wide topics coverage with respect to, say, freedom, equality, social justice, rights, topics like citizenship, nationalism, secularism, peace, development. So these are the topics, plus one introduction is also there. This is a must read. You have to read it. Everybody has to read this book. Okay. Beyond that, there is one more book in class 11th, which is called Indian Constitution at Work. Now, this book also has 10 chapters. Chapters which are rights, election, judiciary, executive, legislature, so on and so forth. Now, as far as this book is concerned, we will be discussing information which is going to be in way more detail than what is mentioned in this book. Okay. So my advice is, for all those people who are going to take the exam in the year 2024 or even 2025, skip it, don't study. But for those who are in their class 11th, 12th, you should read this book. Those who are in their first year of graduation must read this book. Those who find polity very difficult can read this book, though I doubt it will be of help because the words are very complicated. NCERT is how they are. Or those who say, no, my plan is a 5-year plan. I will take this exam in 2027, 28. Then feel free, read. Otherwise, this is also something you can skip largely because the information we'll be studying in the class, the slide itself, are way more to handle and way more important and way more relevant than what is mentioned in this book. Okay, so that's all as far as NCERTs are concerned. Beyond that, just to point out why I say this book is very important. So look at this question. We'll discuss all these things later on, but just to give an example. So if you remember, from the time BJP has come to power in 2014, right or wrong, I'm not sure, but the blame has been on BJP that they are not following secularism. No, they are making policies and programs for only one community, which on paper may be true, but in reality we don't see that happening at all. But anyway, that can be somebody's perception. And across the country, all the left-wing liberals have been very vocal that, oh, the country is going to collapse. This fascist government has come to power now. All this secularism is under threat. But suddenly, UPSC says, to hell with what is happening in the country. To hell with all these debates. The entire country is debating on whether secularism is still there in the country or not. Suddenly, UPSC asks a question exactly opposite. It's like the Uno reverse here. UPSC says, what can France learn? France refers to West. What can France learn from Indian constitution's approach to secularism? I mean, when the country is discussing on what exactly is happening or what is wrong with secularism, suddenly UPSC says, no, 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 no. Forget that. You please tell me, what can other countries learn from India? Exact opposite, right? Anyway, so this is the question, but the answer for this question is very clearly explained in the NCERT class 11th book, Political Theory, chapter 8. In fact, that question was picked up from this very chapter, and the answer is explained thoroughly in this entire chapter. So, I mean, the whole point is that this book is important. You'll get a lot of fodder material, lot of points to be used in your answer writing. Okay, so this book has a chapter which actually compares the US model of secularism versus Indian model. US model refers to the Western model of secularism. So that is why this book becomes very important. Then every informed citizen of this country should have a copy of the Constitution of India. Just the acts, all the articles that are there, nothing else. So every citizen should have it. And if you are an aspirant, it's more important that you keep one copy, one. Either, this is either, don't buy all these. So anyone can be bought, depending on price, depending on availability, depending on what kind of cover page color you like, it's your choice. Okay. So this is just the Constitution of India, all the articles mentioned there. But you may say, sir, why are you promoting universal publication, etc., or professional publication? Are you getting some money? No, I'm not getting any money from them. But if you still have some doubt that no, I can't trust anyone, no problem. And you say, no, I have paid enough money, I can't pay a single penny to purchase anything now. No problem. You have internet, which is largely free for you, right? Do one thing. On that one day, watch less YouTube shorts and go on Google, type Constitution of India, PDF, and you will get amongst the first links, legislative website. That is the government's website, legislative.gov.in. On this particular website, you can get the copy of the PDF of the Constitution free of cost, no charge. Okay. So any language, English, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, whatever. There are multiple languages in which this book is available. So please download the PDF from there. This is free. So keep it as a copy, because I will tell you in the class some articles which are important, which have to be read, and you'll have to read those articles on your own as well. Okay. Again, I'm saying all the articles are not important. I have said this, I think 5-6 times now. I hope you understand it. So all the articles are not important. Very few are important. I'll be telling you as and when the time comes which articles are important. Okay. This examination requires discipline, perseverance, and patience. All these three qualities have to be there in an aspirant. So we'll have to slowly inculcate these qualities also. Then one very standard book that every aspirant prefers to study is Lakshmikant, Indian Polity, the 6th edition. Now, the cover of Indian Polity may be different from what you have or what Byju's provides. So I'm not really sure what is the current cover, because Byju's cover, I have seen the cover of the particular book, but I could not get a photo of it online because that is again meant for Byju's only. The content is exactly the same, right? So it is just that since we have collaborated, so it's our front cover, or those who have purchased the book from the market, this could be the front cover. So please don't worry that because front cover is different, something new is there in other books. Please, it's the same information, right? So this book is also there. For this book also, we need not study all the chapters. I will tell you which chapter to study according to the class, right? So please bear with me. Every module we finish, I will be telling you which chapter to study, and then you can study those chapters. Okay. Now, One more interesting thing. Look at this question. This question came in GS paper last year. Let's read the question. With reference to Gucci, sometimes mentioned in the news, consider the following statements. It is a fungus. It grows in some Himalayan forest areas. It is commercially cultivated in the Himalayan foothills of northeastern India. Okay, whatever the question is, we don't really care. But if you look at this Instagram handle of this person, the rarest and the yummiest Gucci mushrooms, the most expensive mushrooms, and are only found in Himalayas, and there is more. So very interesting, right? That it feels as if the paper setter is following some Instagram channel handle and then framing questions. So should we also add Instagram as a part of our book list and reference? I would not suggest. So it's your choice basically whether you want to follow Instagram or social media or not, but it will not be there in my book list reference. Okay, so that is there as far as our book list is concerned. Right now, just to summarize the book list, very important. So I'll just summarize what we have seen as the book list, and I'll mention the final book list. So first thing that you need to follow is class notes. That is the slides, the PPTs, and especially the PPTs that you will be getting after I write on them in every class, the annotations. In fact, I mean, if I say this, it would be like boasting a bit too much. But over the last 2-3 years, I have observed that barring 1 or 2 questions, every question was covered in the PPTs. So, but let's ignore that kind of boastful statement. Focus on PPTs. If you mug up the PPTs thoroughly, it would be largely sufficient, right, to get an amazing score in prelims, and supplement it with some other elements, and you can score very well in mains also. Second, of course, we need the Constitution of India, the copy that should be there with you. Then Lakshmikant, selective reading of Lakshmikant, don't go crazy. Then the NCERT book, Political Theory, that I had just mentioned. Apart from this, we also need to focus on current affairs. Now again, to emphasize on this point, current affairs has become very, very important. Yes, it is important. I mean, especially if you look at the preparation and the strategies online, you will feel, oh, current affairs is very important. Yes and no. See, there is a limit to how important current affairs are. Current affairs are very important to give recent examples, right? Current affairs are important to know what topics are more important, right? But that does not mean that you only study current affairs, not at all. The crux, the meat of this examination is based on static portion, right? So please do not over focus on current affairs and don't ignore it also. Now for current affairs, you can follow a newspaper. The newspaper, please follow either the Hindu or the Indian Express, preferably Indian Express. They have slightly better quality articles written by slightly more educated people, right? Slightly more erudite people. But any one is okay. Follow only one. Now, newspaper reading is actually not mandatory, especially in this day and age where you have plenty of help in the form of monthly magazine. So we also have a monthly magazine at Byju's. You may choose to follow any coaching institute's monthly magazine. The content is going to be the same. No difference at all. Because Byju's has a team. I believe every coaching institute has a team, right? So I have worked in other places also. I know coaching institutes do have a team of 10, 15 people. We here have a team of 20 people, right? So the task of that team is to look through all these papers and find out relevant content for the examination. They are way more experienced than you. Nothing to feel bad about. They are in this work for a long period of time. So they make the task easy for us. The only thing is going to be that you get the monthly magazine after the entire month is over, right? So please follow any current affairs monthly magazine. Any magazine is going to be okay, right? So that is sufficient. But despite reading the monthly magazine, you also need to read at least the editorials in the newspaper, please. Even if you say, no, I don't want to read the newspaper, no problem. But read editorials on your own. Editorials are articles in the middle of the newspaper that you have. They are meant largely for you to improve your writing skills. Okay, so that's important. And prefer reading these two newspapers only. Don't read other newspapers. They're also very good, but not for the examination. So you see, these newspapers, other newspapers will have things like eat tomatoes, grow young, remain young, or which celeb is having affair with which other celeb. We don't need to know all this. UPSC will not ask question on this. Okay. So this is there. So magazine and editorials is a must. This has to be read, but for answer writing. Now, beyond this, one thing that is going to be of great help for you is going to be these two magazines, Yojana and Kurukshetra. Very, very important. I mean, I cannot lay enough stress on how important these two magazines are going to be. So every month you will have these magazines, like just the month of April, you have the magazine of Kurukshetra, which is on Panchayati Raj. Extremely important, right? So these two magazines are important. Don't read all the articles on your own. You can simply Google for the compilation. Compilation of these articles is done by various coaching institutes, including Byju's. You can go to our website and download the compilation of Yojana and Kurukshetra and mug it up. So these things have to be mugged up. That is going to be all as far as current affairs is concerned. Nothing more is required to be done, frankly, right? So this should suffice, subject to the condition that you do it diligently, right? So have a plan in place. And when it comes to the monthly magazine, try to read the monthly magazine at least 3 to 4 times. And see, for current affairs, fix a time in your daily schedule. Let's say monthly magazine. So previous month's magazine must be out by now, or it will be out in a couple of days. So I will fix my timetable, and I will say allocate 1 hour of my daily time, just 1 hour, but consistently, to reading monthly magazine. That, let's say 7 to 8 a.m. Let's assume that 1 hour you should always read that monthly magazine without fail. Whatever happens, right? There is flood in your area, droughts in your area, right? Flood everywhere. You're sitting on a boat, read the monthly magazine on that boat only. 1 hour. That is very crucial. You're out on a date with somebody, right? It's 7 a.m. now. Tell your date, please wait. Go back home, read the magazine, come back on a date. That's how sacred that 1 hour has to be. My point is to tell you that fix 1 hour of your daily time into studying the monthly magazine, right? So that has to be very, very sacred. Follow it sincerely. Beyond that, every Saturday, Sunday, you can devote some time into reading Yojana and Kurukshetra, around 2 hours. That will be sufficient. Okay. And editorials, try to download these apps of Hindu, Indian Express and all, and read them on your mobile phone only. That will be of great help. Okay. And that's it. This is going to be it. Beyond that, one very important element that will be incorporated in the class only is the PYQs. PYQs, previous year questions, right? So we will see a lot of questions from prelims and mains as well. So that is going to be done. Apart from it, we also have the recordings of all these PYQs available on the tablet. I believe I have recorded them. I think for polity and governance, you can go through those and right answers. Okay. Beyond that, mock tests. So every week you have the mock test. Take those tests. Don't skip on those tests. Apart from it, I will also, after at least couple of days, not tomorrow itself, but after a couple of days, every day before we begin the class, we'll solve around 5 questions from what was previously taught. Every day. We'll do this exercise for the next 24 or around 23 days, because today is the first day. So I'll at least help you solve around 100, 120 questions. And you can also try to find as many questions online, a lot of options available. Solve questions. The more questions you solve, the more, or rather the revision is slightly better. The solving of questions embeds the topics in your mind. Okay. And eventually, it all boils down to how effectively you are going to revise. Revision. Without revision, you will not clear the examination. So as I think every faculty would say the same thing, it's better to read one book 10 times than 10 books one time. Why? Because if you read something again and again, you can memorize it and you can then replicate that fact on the paper. Eventually, how well you are able to replicate your knowledge on paper is what matters, right? So revision, please. Sometimes the simplest of strategies, because they are so simple, we ignore it and we want those techniques. Oh, I wish those magical things that I could learn from some topper. It's exactly the same. They have all done the same thing, nothing unique and different. Revision. That is going to be it. Nothing else is required. For example, you have some very nice books in the market. For example, D.D. Basu. D.D. Basu is an amazing book. Or Subhash Kashyap, very good books. But the problem is that these books are now no longer relevant for the preparation, because we already have Lakshmikant, which simplifies a lot of things. We already have class notes, explanations, so on and so forth. Reading these books will take a lot of time, effort, energy, and the result will not be in the same proportion, right? So ignore these books. If you have purchased these books by mistake, sell them to somebody. Tell them very good book and sell it. But don't study, please. These things that we are mentioning here are going to be sufficient. At least try to do this itself regularly, and then you will find a marked change. Beyond that, some people may have this issue, sir, making notes out of newspaper, very good task. Yes, 20 years ago, it was a very good task. It was an amazing task. Right now, not required. You are going to waste so much of effort into making your own notes. Like, monthly magazine is actually notes only. 10 people who are experienced in a field are making notes for you. And then you say, no, I will make my own notes and underline them in red, green, blue, black, orange ink, and then I am satisfied. Of course, it will be of no use for you. It is just going to waste your time. Firstly, you will feel everything is important, right? Secondly, there is no limit to what exactly is current affairs. Everything is current affairs. So since you don't really know the PYQs properly, the syllabus properly, you may tend to overdo it and devote too much of time into it. I just want to point this out. Let's say the UPSC main syllabus. We have 4 GS papers, 250 for GS paper 1, 250 for GS paper 2, 250 GS paper 3, and 250 GS paper 4. Then you have optional papers, 250 and 250. And then you have an essay paper, 250. In paper 1, paper 4, we don't need current affairs. Current affairs, not required, not required. If your optional is not PSIR, current affairs largely not required. Essay, current affairs, not required. Even in paper 2 and 3, you can solve a lot of questions without the knowledge of current affairs. Now look at this. 1250 marks out of 1750 marks, current affairs has no value only. No importance of current affairs. And still, if I am devoting 4 hours of my 8-hour preparation every day into current affairs, how is it right? It's a crime. It's actually a crime. You are just deceiving yourself. So please have the right strategy in place. The strategy should not be based on what you feel is right. The strategy is based on what the examination wants from us. Okay. So please focus on these things additionally and this book list for polity, and that should suffice. Don't deviate here and there. Every day you will have hundreds of new PDFs, new resources, new material, right? With different font, different color, the content is exactly the same. And if you keep on downloading the new material, you'll only save it in your mobile phone or computer, and you'll never ever open it. Okay, that's the harsh reality. I mean, you can go and check your mobile phone and laptop how many unopened PDFs you have saved so far, right? And that will never be opened also. So please restrict your resources. So that is how it is going to be extremely important. Okay. So focus on this, and I think this should suffice. Beyond this, if somebody has some different opinion on any way of doing things, it's perfectly right. There are thousands of ways to solve any problem. If you feel you have a different strategy and it works for you, go for it. Who is stopping you? I am here to give you a generic strategy which I feel is the most standard one and will work in all circumstances. If you feel that you want to modify your strategy, go for it, right? Okay. Weekly current affairs should also be followed. Ashutosh, not really. A monthly magazine is going to be sufficient. See, you have to put a stop at current affairs at some point of time, because everything which comes in front of you will find, oh, new information. So slowly and steadily, when you study a lot of topics and you have seen some previous year questions, you'll get to know that, oh, this is not important. Okay. If there is some fighting going on between in some party, not important. If yesterday Salman Khan said OTT platforms need to be curbed, right? Then not important. It's okay. Rahul Gandhi's case, it's dragging now. Rahul Gandhi makes this statement, that statement. It's okay. Let them make statements. These statements will never be asked in examination. Evaluate the behavior of Rahul Gandhi. We have never seen such a question. It's okay. The basic information on disqualification, you know it. Be confident of it. We sometimes read read current affairs more because we want to impress others of how aware we are. Not required. You have to impress the evaluator in the examination, right? Byju's monthly magazine has Kurukshetra and Yojana. No, I would prefer, Sneha, that you separately have this aspect of Yojana Kurukshetra gist every month, which is there. Compilation refers to gist for all those who may have a different word at hand. Same thing. No, Tanmay, not required. But then editorials, mandatory. Vaishnav, sir, for people who have missed last 3 months current affairs, should we read it in monthly magazine? See, one more thing. I'll give you a standard of what to follow for monthly magazine. If your exam is in 2024, current affairs that you need to follow should be from, to be on the safer side, January 23 to April 24. Okay. If your exam is going to be in 2025, then what do? Current affairs from January 24 to April 25. Now, please don't ask me, sir, what if my exam is in 2026? You can get the gist, right? Follow current affairs from January 25 to April 26. Okay? Now, what if you find some interesting point in the editorial? You can selectively note those points in your class notes only. So you have the class note PPT, take a printout or online, whatever copy you're using, add notes there only, right? So once you have these class notes, you can keep on updating and upgrading these notes. Don't make separate notes, because then you will find that after 2 years, all I have done is made notes only, right? Rather focus more on mugging up the facts and writing more answers. That should be our target. Okay. Laya, very interesting. When it comes to asking incidents before 24, then from what time should we study? 21, 19, 18? They can ask you questions from 1917 also. Then should we now go and search where was a monthly magazine of February 1975? Of course not. So this is the basic information you need. Apart from it, when you have attended, say, a coaching, the faculty there will have incorporated all the major changes which have happened in the last few years. That is always going to be there. So the books will tell you basic information, right? Nitish, making notes simultaneously, of course, you can always make running notes. Who is stopping you? No problem. ARC reports. See, the ARC reports need not be followed. Firstly, it depends on the type of ARC report. For example, for polity, we have the report on local self-government. But when I teach panchayats and municipalities, I have already incorporated the suggestions given by the second ARC for that topic. Now, when somebody teaches governance, so RTI, the first report, the second ARC recommendations have already been added in that particular report also. So no need to follow separately the second ARC. It's been 15 years now since the reports came in 2009. So it's old information. A lot of recommendations have either been accepted and they are already in force. A lot of them have been rejected and are of no use to us. So ignore that. It's very old now. And for those who don't know ARC, you know the deal, right? Always Google search. ARC basically refers to second ARC, Administrative Reforms Commission. So in our country back in 1960s, there was a commission set up called the Administrative Reforms Commission on the 5th of January 1966, chaired by Morarji Desai. Later on, in 2005, 31st of August, one more ARC was set up, Administrative Reforms Commission, second ARC. So basically, this commission was set up to give suggestions on how to improve the governance structure in the country. That is what is called ARC. So the Administrative Reforms Commission. Okay, so I believe that's all which is required as basic information. Now we'll look into our topics. Kritika, sir, all articles need to be remembered. And how should I know which is important? So I'll repeat this point once and for all. I'm sure not once and for all, because again, somebody is going to ask me this innocent question, which I've been responding to. Not all articles are important. I will tell you which articles are important. But if I tell you today only which articles are important, it will make no sense, right? So have patience, slowly and steadily. Let the mystery of polity unfold, understand accordingly, and then you can also make an assessment of the importance of these articles. So handful of articles are going to be important. Okay. Now, before we discuss, let us also understand some very basic and generic information that you should know before we move on to a discussion of our topic. So firstly, we'll go through some generic kind of information about our topic. So first up is this Constitution. So we'll be studying about the Constitution, relevant articles here and there. This rule book that you see in front of you, the Constitution, is divided. Say this is the Constitution, the entire book. This book is divided into various parts, like your school books, your college books. They are divided into various parts, right, depending on the topic. So various parts are there in this book. Part 1 contains some kind of topic. Part 2 contains some other kind of topic. Part 3 contains some other kind of topic. So there are so many parts based on the topic. So in total, we have currently 25 parts of the Constitution. Okay, based on various topics. Now, apart from it, every part has certain chapters. Now, some parts may have chapters, some parts may not have chapters. So, chapter is not relevant for us. Then, under every part, or in fact, in the entire Constitution, you have all these provisions, right? Things are mentioned in the Constitution. Everything that is mentioned is called an article. Article refers to provisions. So what are these provisions and how many articles do we have? So in total, we have around 470 articles, roughly. What is an article? Look at this. This is a photograph of a provision or a part of the Constitution. So you can see here, this is part 5, the fifth part, part 1, part 2, fifth part. Part 5 deals with union. What is union? Union means center. Under that, you have various chapters, like chapter 1 is there, then you have chapter 2 later on, chapter 3, 4, and 5. 5 chapters are there. Chapter 1 deals with president, vice president, etc. Part 5, this is what is referred to article. So one article or one provision says, the President of India, there shall be a President of India. So that is why we have a President of India, because it is mentioned under Article 52 that there shall be a President of India. Okay. Now, sometimes, like when you write your answers in your school and college also, you have to write some points, and sometimes under those points you write sub points. Same thing. Under this Article 53, there are some sub articles. These sub points are of course not called sub articles, they are called clauses. Clause. Okay. So we will call this thing Article 53 clause 1, Article 53 clause 2. Sometimes inside a clause also you will have one more clause, that is called sub clause, right? So that is how we name it. So in the Constitution of India, the provisions which are there, the things which are mentioned, they are called articles. And inside those articles, you can have some points which are called clauses and sub clauses. Okay. So the biggest thing that we have is the Constitution. Inside the Constitution, you have parts. In every part, you have certain chapters. Right? These are chapters. And then you have the provisions inside the chapters. Okay? So that is there with respect to part 5, the union, as an example for us. Now, one more thing. This rule book can be modified. There is some procedure that is followed to modify. We'll discuss that later on. But if you have to modify this rule book, we have so far made 105 changes in this rule book, the Constitution. Changes in the Constitution are called amendments, and amendments are referred to in a format. So every time we amend the Constitution, there is some number. First time, second time, third time, fourth time, 105th time. So basically for amendments, you write the number of times. Which time is this? Is it the 10th time, 20th time? And then we write Constitutional Amendment Act, and then we mention the year of amendment. Which year was that modified? For example, let us write like this: 42nd AA Amendment Act 1976. This means the constitution was modified for the 42nd time in the year 1976. Just how we represent any modification in the constitution. You will slowly understand what we are referring to with these words. So this basically means that in 1976, the Constitution of India was modified for the 42nd time. Right? Okay. That is just how we represent these words. We should know these technical terms, because if I say Article 5, Part 4, you say, what is this Part 4? So now you can understand what is Part 4, what is Article 5. Okay. Then, coming to beyond the constitution, there are so many laws in the country. In fact, few years back, I'm sure you are aware that there is something called Citizenship Amendment Act, which was debated and discussed a lot, right? A lot of discussion and debates happened on that. So that was a law. So we have so many laws also which are made by the parliament. So one thing, I have left schedules for now. We'll come to it shortly today only. Don't worry. What is the schedule? Ignore it for now. Statutes. Statutes, or as we had said earlier also, statutes mean laws. So parliament or the states make laws. These laws are in the country applicable on the people. So there's an entire flow. Before you bring any law, you have to bring a proposal that we want to make a law. So firstly, we have a proposal. This proposal is referred to as bill. Okay. Then this proposal is approved, or we say passed. So whatever, approved, passed, same thing, whatever you say. So this proposal is basically approved, or you can say passed. Once this proposal is approved or passed, and then in our country, the president is there who will sign this proposal. Okay. This becomes an act. Approved. Act. Now, if the parliament makes some act, some approval is proposed, and it is passed also, people should also be told that we have made a law. Otherwise, how will they know? So every such act has to be notified, or we say published. Once it is published, it becomes a law. Okay. So where are these published? They are published in the government's magazine. Like say Byju's is a monthly magazine or a weekly current affairs magazine. Similarly, government has its own magazine, which is called the Gazette of India. Your state government will have its own magazine called Gazette of State. So this is basically government's weekly magazine. This is published every week. Okay. And once it is published, it is made available to people. There is a separate ministry called Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, under which there is a department called Department of Publication, which publishes this particular magazine every week. Otherwise, this is also updated daily. There is an online version also. Online version. Daily update happens there. That online version can be accessed at egazette.nic.in. Okay, so this is the online version of it. Don't go and open this website. It's of no use to us. It is basically irrelevant information because every day government is issuing orders, etc., right, to give some contract to this company, contract to that company. So what do you want to know? Nothing is important. So ignore. I just told you where you can find this information. Okay. So we have the constitution, we have the laws. Interestingly, if you we can modify laws also. When you modify laws, you use the name only. Okay. No, reading this is not required. Wait, reading this gazette is not required. Don't read this. I just gave you an example of where the law is published. Okay. Please, from tomorrow, don't start reading gazette, telling that, sir, you had shown a photograph. Let me write. Do not read. Please don't read it. Third thing is types of bodies. So again, we'll be using these terms very frequently. So we have in our country 3 types of bodies. See, have you heard of this body called Election Commission of India? Always in news. Their task is to conduct elections. This body is actually mentioned in the Constitution. There is a separate provision or article called Article 324, which mentions this body very clearly. This body is mentioned in the Constitution. Such bodies are called constitutional bodies. So how do you define a constitutional body? Bodies which are mentioned in the Constitution. Second thing, have you heard of this body called NHRC? National Human Rights Commission. If you have any kind of issue with respect to your rights violation, you can approach this body. This body is not mentioned in the Constitution. If you observe all these bodies here, they have some article in the Constitution. UPSC, Article 315. Finance Commission, Article 280. NCSC, National Commission of for Scheduled Castes, Article 338. NCST, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, 338A. NCBC, National Commission for Backward Classes, 338B. These are all articles of the Indian Constitution, constitutional. But sometimes Parliament makes laws and creates these bodies. So any body which is created, or you can say established, by an act of legislature, by legislature. What is legislature? Legislature refers to Parliament. Legislature refers to also state legislature. So if Parliament or legislatures make these laws, bodies are created, they are called statutory bodies. Like Lokpal. Lokpal was a statutory body made in the year 2013. CVC, Central Vigilance Commission. This was made in the year 2003. CIC, Central Information Commission. This was done under in the year 2005 under a law called RTI Act. NHRC, the National Human Rights Commission, made through a law called the Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993. Then we have a body, National Commission for Women, made in the year 1992. NCM, National Commission for Minorities, 1992. So just an example of what is a statutory body. Okay. Finally, some bodies are neither made by the Constitution nor made by Parliament. They are made by the government. So government can get up, issue an order, sign, and the body is created. Simple. No need to bring a proposal, ask all the people in the parliament, do you like it? Should we approve it? No. Get up, sign, body created. So this refers to executive bodies, meaning bodies which are created or established via executive or government order. Executive bodies. I hope this point is clear. Okay. For example, Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog was formed in 2015, a very good example of an executive body. NDC, the National Development Corporation Council, was a body formed in 1952. CBI, do you know CBI? The Central Bureau of Investigation used to harass all the opposition parties. Used to keep a check on criminal activities. 1963. This is also a body formed by government. Executive order, government, Home Ministry signed, body was formed. As simple as that. So these are the three types of bodies that we have, including ministries. Okay. So that is there. Now, apart from this, we have three different categories of organs. Okay. So see, whatever we are reading right now, all this has already been told to you in your class 9th and 10th. So I am assuming nobody is under class 10th here. If you are under class 10, then I can understand your issue. But if you are in class 11th or above, then sorry, you have no excuse to say, sir, what is legislature? What is executive? No. This means that you have not been studying properly. So legislature, the body which is given the task to make laws, that is called legislature. So what is the task of legislature in the country? We all know it. You will say, sir, legislature, very simple. The task of legislature is to make laws. Laws are being made by the legislature. Fair enough. Fair enough. This is the photograph of the legislature. We'll have a new parliament shortly. Then, judiciary, second organ of the state. So, judiciary refers to what? See, legislature means all our politicians who are sitting and making laws. Our politicians are very, very innocent people. They make laws, they can't understand what they have done. To understand the laws, we need a judiciary. Judiciary's task is to interpret laws, make us understand what is the meaning of the law. Okay. And one more thing. In our country, this is Supreme Court photograph. This photograph is Supreme Court. Okay. SC, Supreme Court. Supreme Court has a task of understanding and interpreting all the laws, the constitution of the country. In fact, we always say that law is what the judges say it is. Law, whatever word is mentioned, we don't care. If a judge says that this is the law, then that is the meaning of the word, right? If it is mentioned, say night means darkness or night means white, judge says no, night means red, then the law says night means red. So whatever is mentioned in the law is of no concern. What the judge says is the real meaning, is what is the final meaning. That is what we say, interpret and understand the laws. And whatever the judges say is the ultimate meaning of any law. Anyway, let's solve a question, basic understanding. What do you think? Who or which of the following is the custodian of the Constitution of India? So what do you think according to you? Don't type your answer. Don't type your answer. Hold your horses. I'll start a poll, then you can type your answer. I'll give you 30 seconds. Read the statement properly and mark your answer. 80% have marked the correct answer. For others, now let's understand who or which of the following is the custodian. What is a custodian? Caretaker, custodian, guardian, keeper. So who or which of the following is the custodian of the Constitution of India? So it is the Supreme Court of India which is the custodian or the guardian. Not just custodian, plus also the guardian. Right answer is D, the Supreme Court of India. Okay, great. Now, the third organ, that is the executive. As far as the executive or the government, I had mentioned this word earlier also, that executive refers to government. So what exactly is this executive? The government that you see. Now, what is the task of government? You will say, sir, government's task is very simple, to implement the laws made by the parliament. Of course, but that is an answer which a layman, a noob will give. You are legends. You're preparing for UPSC. We expect better answer from you. In our country, who determines policies? Government. Who executes policies? Government. Who brings laws in the country? Government. Who maintains law and order? Government. Who promotes economic welfare, social welfare? Government. Who directs the foreign policy? Government. I mean, practically everything in this country except making a law and interpreting a law. If you leave these two things out, everything else is done by the executive only. And it's not me saying it. Supreme Court has said it. Supreme Court says that everything in this country, if you remove the legislative task of making a law and the judicial task of interpreting a law, everything else in this country is being done by the government. What do? They make policies, they execute or implement policies, they initiate proposals, law and order, maintenance, economic and social welfare, directing foreign policy, everything else is being done by the government, right? So this is what is a task of the executive, and Supreme Court puts it beautifully when it says that remainder of government functions, when legislative and judicial functions are taken away, is executive function. Remainder of government functions when legislative and executive functions are taken away, we will call it executive functions. Okay? All the remainder power, all the residual powers, this is what is an executive function. The government is doing everything in the country. This was said by Supreme Court in a case called Ram Javaya Kapoor 1955. Okay, so that's the beauty. Oh, sorry, my bad. judicial. So this is with respect to the functions that the executive performs. Every damn thing in this country is a task of the government. That's why if the country is going to succeed, government has to be praised. If the country is going to fail, government has to be questioned because they control everything. Okay, so I hope now the time has come for us to take a break. Let's take a break of around 15 minutes and we'll be back at what time? 6:52, right? So break please, guys. Break till 6:52. Enjoy a full 15 minutes of break. Have fun. Come back at 6:52. Break, please. Welcome back, guys. Okay. So I believe now we have a slightly better understanding of the three organs, and now we'll respond in a slightly more intellectual manner when a question is asked on the functions of the executive or the government. Okay, moving on now to from separation of powers, that is LEJ, to division of power. So we have division of power between the central and the state governments. So think of say an area called foreign affairs, right? Or maybe currency. So armed forces. If you think of any such thing that I mentioned so far, armed forces or say foreign policy. Now, who decides the foreign policy in the country? Is it the central government, or every state has its own foreign policy? Of course not, right? So every state will not have its own foreign policy, but the center decides the foreign policy for the entire country. Center controls the armed forces. We have a common currency. So don't you think there are some topics which are controlled by central government only? States have no say. States cannot make laws on all those topics. So similarly, there are certain topics where states make laws. Police is a very interesting example. So police is always state police. Have you seen state police? Or even things like public order. To maintain public order, state's task. Then there are some topics where you'll find that both center and states have the power to make laws. For example, education, right? For example, forests. But then how do we know? How do we know what topic is a topic on which center has the power to make laws? What topic is a topic on which only, or on which states have powers to make laws? And what topic is a topic where both can make laws, right? So there should be something mentioned very clearly. Otherwise, it could create confusion. Both center and states can start fighting. This is where I'll make law, and then people are suffering. So in the Constitution, there is an Article 246 which says that on certain topics only the center can make laws, right? Parliament has exclusive. What is meant by exclusive? At the exclusion of everybody else. Parliament has exclusive power to make laws on certain topics, right? Now, where are these topics mentioned? So Article 246 says that if you want to know where these topics are mentioned, go to the back of the Constitution and see, you will find a Schedule 7. Schedule 7? What is a Schedule 7? And what is a schedule? So in your books also, you must have seen, towards the end of your book, you have these things called references, where things are quoted from. Let's say some quote is there. They quote the original reference. Appendix, right? Footnotes. Schedules are basically these things only. Schedules are footnotes, appendix, right? The appendices at the end of the book, or say book reference. So that is what is called schedule. Because if you start writing all the topics in between the constitution only, it will create confusion. So to have a very nice and orderly constitution, I have written Article 246. I am saying there are certain topics on which center can make laws. There are certain topics on which state can make laws, and then some topics on which both can make laws. If you want to know the list of topics, please go towards the very end of the constitution. You'll find the list mentioned in Schedule 7. Seventh schedule of the Indian Constitution has this seventh schedule of the Indian Constitution has these topics mentioned. Just to come back here now. So in our country, in the Constitution, towards the very end, you will find schedules. What are these schedules? These schedules can be seen as a postscript. These schedules can be seen as things which are added towards the end of the Constitution, which give a fuller understanding, a fuller meaning to any article or any provision of the Constitution. We have in total currently we have how many schedules? 12 schedules. Okay, of which one schedule is called the seventh schedule. In the seventh schedule, you will find list of all these topics which have been allocated to the center, which is called union list. See, list of all the topics, union list. Okay. Then list of all the topics, states can make laws, then both can make laws. So union list in total comprises of 98 topics. 98 topics on which only the center can make laws, states have no power. So we call them 98 topics, or we call them entries. Okay, topics or entries. So this is what is the union list. State list. Normally the states will have power to make laws. Normally. In fact, state list contains 59 such entries where normally states make laws, but sometimes the center can also make laws. What occasions we'll discuss later on. And then of course concurrent list, all those topics like CRPC, IPC, matters like personal laws, marriage, divorce, etc. Both center and states can make laws. Concurrent list. We have around 52, not around, exactly 52 entries on which both center and states can make laws. But if center and states make laws on the same topic, right, and the laws are different, then the central law is the one which prevails, of course, right? If the center and states make laws on a similar topic and the laws are different, then center or the parliament has overriding powers. Parliamentary law can override a state law, right? If both you and your father want to watch TV at 9 p.m., you want to watch some other show, your father says news channel, of course his power prevails, right? Overriding power. Okay, so these are general conditions. Apart from it, see, these things were made in 1950s, right? 1950s. Now, a lot of topics were not there in 1950s. Cryptocurrency. Our great leaders had no idea that there is something called cryptocurrency. Now, when it comes to cryptocurrency or any such new kind of topic which is not in any list, any topic which is not there in any of the lists, that topic is given to center only. So we call that remaining power, remainder power, or residuary power. So What is meant by residuary power? Residuary powers refer to topics not mentioned in any list, and these powers belong to Parliament. I hope this point is understood. Okay, so any such things which are not mentioned anywhere go to the center. Center can make laws. Okay, mind you, I have used the word exclusive only in this situation. This means what? State legislature has power to make laws on matters in the state list. That is not exclusive. Sometimes center will also make laws on state list subjects. When can center make laws? We'll discuss those things later on, as and when the time comes, right? That's it. So when I say spatial distribution, it comes from the word space or domain. Meaning what? This is a domain of center. Currency, banking, insurance, foreign affairs. This is domain of states. And this is common domain. Domain. Okay. Now, next, we have the concept of executive, the government, right? So, government refers to two types, or executive can be of two kinds. One, which you will be a part of, which is called permanent executive. This is what? The great civil servants. Second is a temporary, but we don't call them temporary, we call them political. What is political executive? People who are elected and they are subject to removal, or their tenure is very small and can be removed. Okay, so that is there. You are a part of permanent executive. Of course, the entire gamut of civil servants that you see in our country, of which you will also be there someday, if you study hard, that is. So at the top you have the secretaries. Every ministry has one secretary. They don't think that there are some secretary like you refer to secretary in some private company. These are the topmost IAS officers inside every ministry, right? Under that, you have additional secretary. S stands for secretary. Below that, you have joint secretary. Below that, you have deputy secretary. And below that, you have under secretary. So this is the entire structure that you have. And then, of course, after that come the group B officers called section officers, then assistants, then clerks, then group D employees called safai karmcharis, messengers, peons, etc. Anyway, now, as far as the center is concerned, at the union level, the topmost post, the senior-most person, we all know, is the president. Then we have the vice president. Then we have the prime minister. Then we have so many ministers, right? They are all collectively called Council of Ministers. The entire group of ministers are collectively called COM. What is COM? Council of Ministers. Okay. Then we have, government will do something wrong always and will end up in the court. So they want a lawyer also to fight a case. So the government's lawyer is called Attorney General, Attorney General of India. So these are the part of the political executive at the union level. At the state level, the senior most post, governor. Then we have vice governors. Yes or no? No vice governor. That does not exist. Then we have chief minister. Again, the entire council of ministers that we have. And finally, just like the central government has a lawyer, the state governments also have their own lawyers. That person is called Advocate General. These are people who are a part of the state political executive. So this is what is the political executive. Okay, great. Now, who are these people? What is their task? What is their role? How are they appointed? We'll discuss this in detail. It is just introduction, right? So just calm your nerves down. We'll discuss all this. We won't run away in between. Don't worry. Then legislature. Legislature is the law-making body which makes laws in the country. Legislature at two levels. We have the union level and the state level. So at the state union level, we have two bodies. One body is called House of People. You will say, what the hell is this House of People? House of People is a proper term for it. You know this popularly as Lok Sabha. Basically, what happens is, this is the country. Entire country's map, think of it. India is divided into small areas, very small areas, 543 small areas. The entire country is divided into, oh, I have made too many small blocks. The entire country is divided into 543 small areas. These small areas are called constituency, right? Constituency. Every small area, the people there will choose somebody who becomes or who goes and becomes a member of Lok Sabha, also called member of parliament, because at the union level we are calling this legislature as the parliament. MP. So this is how people of Lok Sabha come. Details later on. Then we have one more house. That house is called Council of States, which you know as actually Rajya Sabha. What is this Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha refers to this body which contains MPs who come from various states, not small areas, but the entire state. That is Rajya Sabha. Details later on. At the state level, again, we have two houses, but mind you, at the state level, not every state has two houses. One is called the Vidhan Sabha or Legislative Assembly. The other is called Legislative Council. Vidhan Parishad. This is Vidhan Sabha. That's the name. And this is there in all the states. And this is there in only 6 states. Okay. Let me ask you a simple question. We'll take a poll. A, B, and C. 10 seconds. How many of you belong to those states which have a council type A? How many of you belong to those states which don't have council type B? And how many of you have no idea whether a state has a council or not? Type C, please. A, if your state has a council. B, if your state does not have a council. And C, if you have no idea what the hell is a council. Okay. Oh, so this means a lot of you belong to very few select states. So, for those innocent people who have no idea, I'll tell you, just like the assembly, in some states there is an additional body called council. Details later on. Those 6 states are there. And what are the names of these 6 states? Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, and UP. These 6 states have councils. Okay, so now I hope everybody knows whether you belong to a state which has council or not. Okay, so and people of these councils, they are called MLA. Who is an MLA? Member of Legislative Assembly. And then here MLCs, Member of Legislative Council. In case of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, in both these cases, members are called MPs only, whether you belong to Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Details later on. Then we have a 3-tier structure in our country, local government, right? So we have in the urban areas, so all those people who live in urban areas, you will have municipalities. Okay? If you live in a very big area, corporation, then a tier 2 kind of town, council, and a small upcoming kind of town, Nagar Panchayat. If you are living in a rural area, then the reference is that you have panchayat in your area. Again, what are gram panchayats, what are block panchayats, what are zilla parishad, we'll discuss later on in detail. Very important topic. Lastly, the judiciary, the Supreme Court at the top, right? Also called the apex court. Apex meaning top. So if at any point of time I mention apex court, don't be surprised. What the hell is this court? I'm referring to Supreme Court. How many Supreme Courts do we have? Only one Supreme Court in the entire country. And when it comes to judges, there are 34 judges in total in the Supreme Court. Okay. Now, high courts, every state has a high court, maybe not inside the state, but is given one high court. So in total, we have 25 high courts with 1114 judges in total. Okay. And finally, the lowest courts in the country, the subordinate courts. So we have lot of subordinate courts and they have 25,000 plus judges across the country in the lower courts. This is the judiciary. So this is the basic idea on some basic terms that when we use these terms, don't be shocked what the hell is this term. You'll have some understanding of the meaning of these terms now. Okay. So summarizing our basic concepts, here we have not really studied any article, frankly, but I did mention an important article called Article 246. So your task today is to go home and read this article on your own. It will take 2-3 minutes. Don't watch some YouTube shorts. Read this article on your own. Nothing new. You have this understanding. Just read it. We have also seen one schedule. Which schedule? Schedule 7. So what is schedule 7? It contains the topics on which the center and states can make laws. See, I have not mentioned how many courts are there, subordinate courts, because in subordinate court, in one court also, you have multiple court halls and all. So the number varies and states don't give correct information. Because for Supreme Court and High Courts, the information is there. But for the lower courts, the state's information is never updated. So last information that I had was we had around 20,163 such courts. But this is old information. And there is no need to know how many lower courts are there. So ignore that point. Did we study any important case? Yes, we saw an important case. Ram Javaya Kapoor case. Remember, in this case, Supreme Court had said that the remainder of all the functions, I mean, whatever remains when the legislative function or the judicial function is taken away, is all executive function, full on par for the government. Okay, so this is basic information. Now, before we move on further, I'll explain the structure of the class now. So normally you will find that people start reading the very first chapter, then the preamble. And if you look at the preamble, all these words, sovereign, secular, you hardly have any understanding of these words. It creates confusion. So what we'll do is we'll follow a slightly different pattern. Nothing unique. I've been following this pattern for the past many years. And it is a way, I feel it's a way better pattern to understand the constitution, because you have to assume very less. Otherwise, a lot of assumptions are required. I'll have to give you a lot of different kind of information to help you understand some very basic things. So we'll follow a pattern where we'll discuss, firstly, the executive of the country, starting with the president, vice president, PM, etc. Then we'll discuss the parliament. Then we'll discuss the state executive as well as the legislature. Okay. Then we'll also discuss the local self-government. After discussing L and E, we'll discuss judiciary, LEJ. By that time, we would have finished almost half the classes, right? And comprehensively, more than 60-70% of the awareness on polity will be covered. Then we'll discuss elections, Election Commission of India, issues like compulsory voting, right to recall, all these things. And then all the remaining smaller topics we'll discuss, topics like emergency, Schedule 5 area, 6 area, Article 370. Finally, we'll finish our discussion with center-state relations. This will finish our public administration part of it. Okay. Then towards the last 5 classes or so, we will discuss fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, fundamental duties. Once we are done with discussing all these things, then in the very last class, we'll discuss the preamble. You'll have a comprehensive understanding of what is the preamble, the reason, the need for every word there. And that is going to be the end of everything. We'll complete our discussion like this. This is going to be the structure. It is going to be a very amazing and interesting journey to studying the entire constitution. And yes, we have to keep in mind that the exams perspective has to be there. Now, as I said, one more thing. Every in the class itself, we'll have all these questions, PYQs. As and when the topic comes, I'll have PYQs. But in the next 4 days, I won't show you any mains PYQ. Don't panic. Okay. We'll start our mains PYQ discussion Friday onwards. So on Friday, I will devote say around 35-40 minutes into helping you understand the basic framework of answer writing, because without that it will be challenging for you to write answers. See, nobody has taught us how to write answers. See, we all have been writing answers, but in a limited time frame, in a limited word confinement, it is difficult for us to write answers. So I'll give you some basic framework on how to write answers on Friday. And from that day onwards, every day, just like the prelims PYQs, we'll have the mains PYQs also along with the topics itself. So rest writing the answer and getting your answers evaluated by the target IAS team is your task. If you write the answers on your own, it is good. If not, then what can I do? Now, as we always say, you can take the horse to the pond, but you cannot make it drink. So the task of putting in the ultimate effort is going to be from your side only, right? Okay. So we'll discuss the very first topic, the executive at the central level. No, let me also clarify. We will not be dealing with PYQs only on Friday. It will be done every day, right? Because we can't wait for Fridays to discuss PYQs. As and when the topic comes, we have just seen the topic, we'll solve questions. But mains PYQs from this Friday onwards, not before that. You have to also learn something to write a good answer. Right on day one, I can't show you a question and tell you, come on, write the answer now, because you will not be able to write the answers. As I said, perseverance, discipline, and patience, key. So executive. Coming to executive, part 5, articles 52 to 78. So part 5 of our constitution comprises of executive. Before we come to executive, I have to tell you some information. In your family, let's say there's a family function going on, and you, your father, your grandfather, all three have gone to the function together, right? There are only 2 chairs there. Who will sit? Of course, your grandfather and your father. If there's only 1 chair there, who will sit? Your grandfather, not your father. Maybe your grandfather does not really perform any task now. He does not control the household. Your father is running the show completely. But still, the ceremonial hierarchy is that grandfather is the senior most, then father, then you, right? So that hierarchy has to be there in the country also. Whenever there is some ceremony, there is some function, and some people are sitting there, there is an order of who is the senior most. For example, tomorrow you will clear the examination, right? And let's say you're giving a speech in Labasna. Now, don't imagine so much, just stay in the class only. But let's say you're giving a speech in Labasna, and then the president is sitting there, the PM is there, the governor is there, your friends are sitting there. You can't go and say, hello friends, hi PM, president. No, there has to be an order in which you will refer to people. That order is called the order of precedence, right? Order of precedence refers to protocol list, ceremonial list. This does not actually showcase who is more powerful. It just showcases in the country hierarchy of important positions, that which person is the senior most person. Respect. Okay. So this is basically hierarchy of the important positions, important dignitaries, important officials in the country. And this list is maintained by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Who is the senior most person in the country? I think you all would be aware. The senior most person is the President of India, right? Second senior most person is the Vice President of India. Jagdeep Dhankar is the current Vice President. Draupadi Murmu is the current President. The third senior most person is the Prime Minister. Okay. Then next in line is the governors. These are all governors. So inside their state, within their state, governors are 4th in rank. Okay, like people from Rajasthan would know Kalraj Mishra, Governor of Rajasthan. People from Kerala or otherwise also, you would know Dr. Arif Mohammad Khan, Governor of Kerala. And recently in news for all the apparently wrong reasons is the former bureaucrat R.N. Ravi. He is currently the Governor of Tamil Nadu. Then next in order are former presidents of India. So you know very well, country's favorite, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, right? One of the legendary people that we have had in this country. Okay. The 11th president of India. Somebody says Arif Muhammad Khan provided me with the law degree on March 1. Amazing. Oh, he is a very intellectual person. I mean, whatever issues are there between him and the government, whatever, otherwise he is highly intellectual and has great subject knowledge in his area. Anyway. Then, in case in our country, if you have a deputy prime minister, if right now there is no deputy PM, but in case if you have any, we will put them next in line. Like in the late 1990s, 1999 to 2004, Atal Bihari Vajpayee became the prime minister, and LK Advani, this person is LK Advani, he became the deputy prime minister. Okay. Then two people have the same position. You know very well, the 50th Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. CJI stands for Chief Justice of India. And this person is the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla. He is an MP from Kota, also the presiding officer of Lok Sabha. They are same in the rank. 7th, both are same in the rank. Okay. So this is the order, and then you will see the entire list is mentioned here actually. First is the president, then we have vice president, then we have PM, governor, so on and so forth. Okay. One more thing, for those who feel there is a problem, what is meant by within their state? Example, if the Chief Justice of India goes to Tamil Nadu and R.N. Ravi is there in Tamil Nadu in some public meeting, then who becomes senior? R.N. Ravi is senior because R.N. Ravi is in his own state. But if R.N. Ravi and CJI both go to UP and are attending a function, then governors outside their state. R.N. Ravi is a governor who is outside the state right now. Okay? So he is 10th in rank. Then he becomes junior to CJI. I hope this point within their state is clear now. Okay? This is a list. You don't need to remember the list. Back in the year 2000, 2001, 2, 3 and 4. For 5 years continuously, UPSC asked one question from this list every year. Every damn year. Then suddenly they stopped asking a question. And now they have forgotten about it completely. But if they ask a question, you can have at least some idea on this order. You can see even some IAS officer is in the list. Who is this person? Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary is the senior most IAS officer in the country, right? So if you do not have this dream or aspiration, then you should. The dream and aspiration of every civil servant should be to become the cabinet secretary. Of course, not everybody can become the cabinet secretary because it's only one seat. If you clear the exam at a very young age and you play your cards right, you have done things correctly, you have favored the right party, you have worked towards the development of the country, then of course, you can become the cabinet secretary also, right? So if you don't have this target, I'm giving you the target. The motivation for today is please try to clear the exam and become the cabinet secretary. Okay. Now, solve a question quickly. Came in 2003, 20 years back. Let's see how many of you remember of what you saw right now in the list. 30 seconds should be sufficient, right? Uh, Amrita, that that is a reality. In the garb of sarcasm, that is the harsh reality of our country. What to do? Don't type your answers. Mark in the poll. Today we don't have many questions. Otherwise, we'll show the leaderboard every day. C, 48% of you have marked it correctly. As per the Indian protocol, who has the highest rank? Of course, governor of a state, ranked fourth. Then governors of states, we had a photo next to the governors was a former president, rank 5. Then deputy prime minister, rank 6, and the speaker, rank 7. C is the right answer. You can see this list here. See, governors in the states, former presidents, deputy prime minister, CGI or speaker. Anyway, now moving on to our first topic, that is a union executive, which comprises of what? The president, the prime minister, the council of ministers, the attorney general, the vice president, these 5 people. Okay, this is a photograph of the entire council of ministers of 2019. So some of them may no longer be there in BJP. Don't tell me, sir, this is wrong photograph. This is an old photograph. All people sitting together, standing together. I found this to be very nice. So, you know, politics, people keep on changing parties. Some people may not be there, but that's the entire council of ministers. That's where we'll begin our discussion. Very first topic is the President of India. This topic finds a mention in Lakshmikant chapter 17. In case you are studying Lakshmikant, you can refer to chapter 17 and you can follow that chapter. That is where we'll begin our journey of understanding polity. Okay, first up, the President of India, the head of the state. Here, state refers to not the states, the entire country, the nation. So she is the head of the entire country. And mind you, there shall be a President of India. It's mandatory to have President of India. You cannot say, should we? Shall. It's not optional. The President of India is also referred to as figurehead. He or she is also the de jure head. What is de jure? De jure refers to by law. So lawfully, who is the head of the country? The president. And of course, the first citizen, all is there. But he or she is also a nominal head. What is meant by nominal head? No real powers. That is why some people also call them rubber stamp. So why are we calling this person rubber stamp or nominal head? We'll discuss that tomorrow. That mystery will be unfolded tomorrow. But why, despite being the senior most, the real power lies in the hands of our prime minister, not the president. We'll discuss that tomorrow. Anyway, so first up, of course, since you have the president, there should be a provision for the election. So yes, of course, we have the provision for election. In our country, in the constitution only, it is mentioned how to elect the president. So in our country, presidents are elected. Okay, unlike in say UK, where the head is the crown, no election, hereditary monarchy. In our country, the head is elected. You have all these articles, important articles, some of them I'll discuss shortly. Then to govern the conduct of elections of the president and vice president, there is a law also. That law is called the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act 1952. And then we have rules also. The Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974. Now you will say, sir, we have law also, rules also. What's the difference? See, rules are made by the government to effectively implement the law. Law is made by parliament. rules are made to properly implement laws. For example, let's say there is this law in our country called Motor Vehicles Act. So all of you need a driving license to drive a two-wheeler, four-wheeler. Remember, driving license, which you pay money and get. I mean, you have to pass a test and get it. But we know how people get driving licenses. So anyway, in that same Motor Vehicles Act, there is a section 127 which says if you are driving or riding a two-wheeler, you have to wear a safety or protective headgear. When you are riding a two-wheeler, you have to wear a safety or protective headgear, helmet. That's the law. Now, tomorrow, if you take your bike out and wear a paper cap, birthday cap, and say, this is my headgear, that's it. What is the law? Law says safety gear. This is my safety gear. It has magical powers. That's it. It will make no sense, right? That is why to apply rules properly, we have to tell people what kind of things can the safety gear be made of, helmet, whether it is of paper, maybe carbon fiber, iron, steel, diamonds, whatever. So the rules will be made on what will be the exact meaning of every word and how will the laws be implemented. Okay, so rules are basically made to implement laws properly, and rules are made by government act. Laws are made by legislature or the parliament. Okay. Now, one more thing, the election of president is conducted by Election Commission of India. Conducted by ECI. I hope everybody understands ECI, Election Commission of India. There should be no confusion here. Okay. Also, elections should be conducted before the previous president's tenure comes to an end. So that's mandatory. 60 days time is given. Okay. Apart from it, who conducts the election? So there is some person called Secretary General. He conducts the elections in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, where all the MPs vote. So that discussion detail is not required at who is in charge of the election. Secretary General is in charge of elections actually. Now comes a real point. When we are saying that this president is elected, election, somebody is voting for them. Who is voting for them? My simple question to you, all of you here, 10 seconds, yes or no, A for yes, B for no. How many of you went to vote for elections of president? Please mark A, others mark B. How many of you here went to vote for election of president? A for yes, B for no. %12 are saying we went to vote. That's not possible. That's not possible. Sorry. In the garb of trying to impress others, we cannot vote. If these 12% people are MPs, MLAs, I'm sure MP, MLA is not preparing for UPSC. They'll be your bosses and they'll be harassing you. So hopefully no MP, MLA is in the class. So of course, the election for the president is indirect, as I said. Why? Because we don't vote. If we go to vote, that will be called direct election. So we have, who is an elector? Elector means voter. So the election of the president is conducted by ECI, and the voters there, the entire electoral college. What is college? Group of people is called college, right? College is an English term which means group of people. Electoral college refers to all the voters, collectively all the voters together. Who is a voter? All elected MLAs are the voters. MPs are the voters. Elected MP, member of parliament. Whether you are MP of Lok Sabha or you are MP of Rajya Sabha. All these politicians sitting in the parliament who are elected, they get the chance to vote, right? Apart from it, in your states also, you have all these politicians who are part of the state legislature called MLAs. All elected MLAs also get a chance to vote of all the states. Now, mind you, states here also includes those, what is UT? Union territory. States also include two UTs. Which two UTs? Delhi and Pondicherry. So we have as of now two UTs which have assembly also, right? So Pondicherry and Delhi, they have their own assembly. These MLAs also vote. So who is voting after all? MPs and MLAs. Elected MPs, elected MLAs. These are the only people who are allowed to vote in the election. So you can look at the photograph here. All these people are either MPs or MLAs. For example, he's also the CM of Andhra Pradesh, YS Jagan Mohan, but is an MLA. He is an MLA from Pulivendula constituency. You know, Mr. Amit Shah, he is a minister, of course, but he's also an MP. MP from Gandhinagar. Then, of course, Jyotiraditya Scindia, he is also an MP. He is an MP in the Rajya Sabha. He is an MP in the Lok Sabha. Then, the very cute and very innocent Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Now, as of now, he cannot vote, but he did vote in the previous election, right? MP in the Lok Sabha. Right, so till recently, let's write till recently. Okay, so former MP is there. So he was till recently part of the voter. Now he is not, of course. We don't know what if his disqualification is removed. And then, of course, the Dharna expert, the MLA from New Delhi constituency, Arvind Kejriwal. So he is also a part of the voter list. Now, if anybody says, sir, why are you saying that he only till recently could vote? Because only MPs can vote, and he is now no longer an MP. So that just disqualified recently, right? For certain remarks that he made. We'll discuss all these things later on. Seni, sir, 3 UTs. No, it's only 2 UTs. Jammu and Kashmir is not included here, okay? So when we'll have UT of Jammu and Kashmir, then we'll modify the constitution and add Jammu and Kashmir there. But as of now, Jammu and Kashmir is not included here. Okay? Am I clear to everybody? Okay. Somebody says, which flavor is he licking? I feel it is some kulfi ice cream, mango kulfi. I'm not sure. Why should I make a guess and all? No personal guesses. But yeah, that is possible. Anyway, sorry. Let's not get trapped here. Okay. Now, who cannot vote? Okay. So, of course, those MPs and MLAs who are nominated. So, if you look at Rajya Sabha, we'll discuss this later on. Some MPs in Rajya Sabha are not elected. They are directly nominated by the president. They cannot vote. The condition is elected MP, elected MLA, elected MP, elected MLA, right? So people who are nominated can't vote. Like this person, he's an MP in the Rajya Sabha, but is nominated. Who is he? He is the former Chief Justice of India, 46th CJI. Or this lady, she is also an MP in the Rajya Sabha, but she is also nominated. She is the Asian gold medalist, P.T. Usha. Who is this person? He's an MLC. Now you will say, he's an MLC? Of course he's an MLC. He is not an MLA. Nitish Kumar, the CM of Bihar. Whichever party forms the government, CM is Nitish Kumar, right? Also known as Sushasan Babu, though I am really doubtful of the Sushasan that he has currently. It's very interesting, right, that we always focus on what the center is doing, but we safely ignore the states. So till recently, just recently, what had happened was, I think there was this misinformation being spread on the treatment of some laborers from Bihar in Tamil Nadu. Of course, it was largely fake news, and a lot of people spread the fake news. One of which was I think, YouTube journalist. I forgot his name. He some Kashyap, Manish Kashyap or somebody. And so what has happened is that the Bihar government filed a case against him, issued warrant against him. The Bihar police arrested him and has been treating him very badly. In fact, they have recently filed an NSA charge against him. This is how you treat people who raise. And his videos on YouTube were largely focused around pointing out the faults in the government's administration. So you know very well what is the reality, whether it is BJP or Congress or any local party or any regional party. If you raise questions against them, they will find something and put you behind bars. Anyway, so nominated legislators cannot vote. These are those people who are chosen by the president directly. So we'll discuss that later on. Okay. What is NSA charge? NSA basically refers to National Security Act. This is an act which is used when your behavior has threatened public order, national security, etc. Understand? It's just a law to harass people, right? In short. Okay. So now comes the point, how are these presidents in our country for so long, how have they been elected? Of course, the election is indirect. Now, one more thing. This point of electoral college, that these people can vote, it is mentioned under Article 54. This article is important. Please remember this article. Okay. Towards the end of our discussion on president, I'll mention all the important articles, so don't worry. This article is actually important. Important article. Okay. Now, how is the president elected? So, as I have said earlier also, election is indirect. We don't vote, all these MPs and MLAs vote. But there is a system which is followed, which is called system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. What is the meaning of these two phrases? We'll discuss it shortly. There is some system used for elections. What is that? Coming in front of you shortly. Voting is by a secret ballot. So all the MPs, when they go to vote, voting and counting takes place in New Delhi. Okay. So when and voting for the MLAs in their own state. Now, when you vote, no EVMs are used. Are you clear? It is still the ballot paper. There's a box. You get a sheet. You have to mark your vote and put it in the box. So there is no EVM used. I hope you know what is EVM for all those who vote. No EVM. The voting machine. Then one more thing. There is no concept of nota. What is nota? N-O-T-A. Nota. None of the above. So for all those who have voted in the elections ever, you will see a machine in front of you. And when you see that machine in front of you, just a sec, guys, a small announcement. You must have received some kind of feedback form which was sent to you in your mail. So kindly also fill that feedback form for the class of March and April, your class experience, etc. Okay. Coming back to our class. So nota, none of the above. So for all those people who have ever gone to vote in the elections for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, you'll see a machine and names are mentioned. Button has to be pressed. One button has a cross symbol. That is called nota. Meaning what? You find everybody useless. All are useless. Nota. Here, you can't press nota because there is no nota. There is no button. There is no machine. Okay. Also, voting is by a secret ballot. Nobody gets to know who you are voting for. Also, there is no concept of proxy. What is proxy? For those innocent people who don't know, proxy basically means in your college when you don't want to go and your friend is too studious and wants to go, then your friend has the responsibility, the moral and ethical responsibility to go and mark your attendance in college if he or she wants to remain your friend. Right? That is called proxy. Proxy attendance. When the teacher asks, they will say, yes, madam, yes, sir, present, and get caught and get thrashed. So that's their responsibility. So no proxy. Here, no proxy, meaning you have to go and cast your vote. Let's say some MLA says, sir, I'm too tired today. Can I come tomorrow? Get lost. You will not be getting a chance again. You want to vote on that day you have to come and vote. Nobody else. You can say, sir, can I send my friend? He'll go and vote. No, no, no. You have to come personally. No proxy. Anyway, one more thing. This is what the ballot paper looks like. Okay, this is an actual ballot paper. Now, of course, the color is slightly different. So don't feel that what is this nonsense. The color of the ballot paper is slightly different. This was a format in which the ballot paper is sent by Election Commission. The task is to have these in different colors. So basically, which one is MLA? So this one is the MLA ballot paper given to MLAs. This is pink in color. Okay, pink color. This is meant for MLAs, all the states. Why MLAs? See, state's name is mentioned here. So if you are from Karnataka and MLA, Karnataka will be mentioned here. And this is a ballot paper for MP. See, Parliament is mentioned here. So if you are an MP in the Parliament, you will get a green colored paper. And this is for MPs. Okay. See, don't worry. This is just a standard provision for color. And you can say, sir, why not pink for MPs, green for MLAs? Why not blue, my favorite color? For that, you'll have to write a petition to Supreme Court that please change the color. We just follow standard provision because normally we used to have green colored papers and pink colored papers, not bright green, pink, light colored. So that was there. This is just a standard. Now, see the date of polling this year was 18th of July. This was a date of polling. You can see here, 18th of July. 18th of July. Now, understand a very unique concept called vote value. What is this concept of vote value? It's a very interesting concept. See, for those who have gone to vote in any election of Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha, when you go to the polling booth, you have a machine, you press the button, the vote is registered in the favor of a favorite candidate. Okay, that's it. If you press the button once, one vote. If you press the button 10 times, how many votes? One vote only, right? Because the idea is one person, one vote. Don't think that if you go there and press the button 10 times very quickly, 10 votes are registered. No, 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 no. If the presiding officer at the polling booth, the officer there, sees you doing this drama, they can actually get you arrested for tampering with the voting machine. So please don't do all this. Even if you love your politician, don't press the button 10, 20 times. And you can be disqualified also from voting for 6 years. So please don't do all this. Just one time you press, it's okay. So the idea here is, in general elections, the concept is one person, one vote. Whether it is Ambani's or Adani's or us, everybody gets one vote only. It's not that when Ambani presses button, 100 votes are registered. No, one vote only. Why? Because Mr. Mukesh Ambani is representing himself. You are representing yourself. I am representing myself there. But look at the situation in the election for the president. Who are voters? In case of presidential election, Voter is not people. They are MPs and MLAs. Who do you think is more important, MP or MLA? That can be understood if you try to apply your basic logic here. Who is more important? Who commands more people? Think of this. I'll give you a simple example. Let us say this is your state. Now, this state is divided into various small parts called constituencies. From each small part, people in that area will vote and choose a leader called MLA. Right? Just like you have the MP, same thing. MLA. Now, take any state for example, say Maharashtra. How many MLAs are there in Maharashtra? There are 288 MLAs in Maharashtra. 288. Okay. This is a state. Let's say Karnataka. How many MLAs are there in Karnataka? We have elections around the corner in Karnataka. 224. How many MLAs are there in Assam? 126. You take any state. Now, look at how many MPs are there in Karnataka. Number of MPs in Karnataka is not 200 or 224 or 100, 150. It is very low. It is just 28. How many MPs are there in Maharashtra? Just 48. How many MPs are there in Assam? Just 14. Meaning the state is divided into 28 small parts for MP and 224 small parts for MLA. Which person commands larger area? You tell me now. This will be roughly an area of an MLA, MP. Are we all okay with this? If you divide a particular area into 288 small parts, or you divide an area into 48 small parts, which part is bigger? 48 one, of course. Are we all clear with this concept? This is basic maths, right? This means MP will command larger area. MP has more people to back him. MP is representing larger group of people. If MP represents larger group of people than MLA, why should MP and MLA have same vote value? But me and you and Ambanis have same vote value because we are representing ourselves only. But when MP goes to vote, MP has the support of so many people. MLA has support of lesser number of people. That is why we say that vote value of MP is greater than vote value of MLA. Meaning what? The MP should not have the same vote value as MLA. If MP puts one vote for the president's election, then it cannot be of the same value as MLA's vote. MP has more people behind him or her than the MLA. Their vote values have to be different. It cannot be the same. Are we clear? Again, look at this diagram. This entire diagram says that if you divide the state into say 224 parts, one part sends one MLA. You divide the state into 28 parts, one part sends one MP. Who commands larger area? Of course, MPs, right? This means that the MPs are commanding individually. MPs have more importance than an individual MLA. So if a single MP goes to vote, then of course his values should be more than a single MLA's vote. Are we all okay with this? Okay. Yes. CM is also taking part in voting. CM is also MLA. I showed the example of a CM of Delhi, CM of Andhra Pradesh. They all take part. So this is the basic idea. I think this can't be explained in simpler terms than this. For those who may have a problem, you only have a problem because you can't understand this idea of the small and larger size. Okay, so I'll explain once more for everybody's understanding, but for that you have to have basic logical reasoning to understand here. Think of this: if I'm dividing a state into 20 parts, right? This is the size of a part. If I'm dividing a state into 2 parts, this is the size of the part. So 20 parts and 2 parts. Which size is bigger? This size. 224 parts, 28 parts. Which size is bigger? Of course, 28 parts, right? Are you clear now? So that is why the idea here being that since this particular person who comes from this area is representing entire group of people compared to this small group of people, that is why MP should have more importance than MLA. But the problem is, how do you calculate how much more important is an MP? That's the whole issue. This is understood. Okay, you will say, yes, sir, I understood that MP has more importance. But by how much value? So for that, there's a formula. You have a simple formula to calculate the vote value of MP and vote value of MLA. What is the formula? The formula was given by one N.G. Iyengar, right? Very simple formula. The formula is this. So I'll write the formula for you. When it comes to vote value of MLA, you can calculate it for every state, every MLA. How? Take the total population of the state, and then you divide this total population by number of elected MLAs in the state. One more thing, you multiply this with 1 by 1000. This is how you get the vote value of one MLA. But then you will say, sir, population when? Population yesterday, 2011, 2001. Which year? Which year population? So the population will be of 1971 census. Okay? Not the latest census. I'll come to it. Why? First, let me show you an example. Look at this. Telangana. How many assembly seats are there? 119. Meaning we have 119 MLAs in Telangana. What was the population of Telangana in 1971? 1.57 crores. Now, vote value 1.57 upon total MLAs into 1 by 1000. Now you can say, sir, why are we dividing by 1000 uselessly? See, the population is in crores. It will be very big a number. We are reducing the number so that we can manage a small number. Large number can create difficulty in calculation. That is why we are reducing the size of the number by dividing by 1000. That's the only reason. So now the answer is 132. What is 132? 132 is the vote value of one MLA of Telangana. Meaning, if I am an MLA of Telangana, I cast my vote in the election of the president, that would mean that person gets not one, but 132 votes at the same time. Are you clear? Think of it as points. If I press the button, that person will get 132 points at the same time. Now, in this manner, we can calculate the vote value of all the MLAs of all the states. Look at this list here. So, whichever state you belong to, find out your state. Let's say you belong to Andhra Pradesh. How many MLAs? 175. What is the population 1971? 2.78 crores. Divide this into 1 by 1000. This is the value, 159. If somebody is from Sikkim, look at Sikkim. MLAs 32, population 2 lakh, divide, vote value is 7. If some state is very populated, UP, look at UP, 8.38 crore people. Look at vote value, 208. Can you see the difference? I mean, all the MLAs of Sikkim collectively have a vote value which is equal to 1 MLA of UP vote value. Yes or no? So basically, a vote value depends on population. Of course, simple maths. In the numerator, you have population. Now comes a problem here. Look at all these northern states, UP, Bihar, West Bengal, highly populated, densely populated. In 1970s, it became a very big concern because northern states, their population was increasing. Southern states understood that we should curb population. Let's have less children so that it does not, because more children meaning what? More mouths to feed. So a smaller family, we can manage kids properly, we can give them education properly. So that was there. But northern states, they thought, no, more kids means more hands to work. Come on, have more kids. There was no stopping them only. So eventually, southern states said that if you keep on increasing the population, eventually they will get more vote value, right? Then we are taking some progressive steps to reduce our population and we are being punished for that. What nonsense is this? So center said, yes. Right. So all these northern states, you keep on increasing your population. We don't care. We will only calculate the vote value based on 1971 census. Why? Because we want you also to improve your family planning norms. That was the reason. So 1971 census is used to promote family planning so that northern states don't have any undue advantage. Okay. Initially, the government said, let's do this. Let's fix this 1971 census for 25 years. I think in 25 years, northern states will stop having so many kids and they will balance their population. So it was fixed for 25 years. 42nd Amendment Act 1976. So in the year 1976, we modified the constitution and said we will be using 1971 census, okay, for the next 25 years. So for the next 25 years, we only used the previous census because this change was done in 1976. That is why in 1976, the latest census was 1971 census. So we used the 1971 census for 25 years. But in the year 2001, again the problem came. Time for revision. Why? We had said we'll only do it for 25 years. But we found that the northern states are yet to incorporate family planning norms. Their population is increasing only. So government said these states will not improve. Fixed for 25 more years. So this was extended for another 25 years. That is till which year? 2026. This extension was done through the 84th Amendment Act 2001. Are we clear on this? Why 1971 census? What was the problem? What was the concern? And we have increased it twice. Okay. So this is there. That is why you may feel now that there are some states which have way higher population than some other states, but their vote value is not very high because we are using 1971 census, right? And frankly, if 2026 comes, then we will see whether a change is going to be made or not. I am highly skeptical of a very big change. Of course, they will make a change. They should make a change. It's been long due now. But how much of a change, that we can only decide after 2026, right? Already a lot of MPs from South are saying that this should not be changed, increase it for the 25 more years. So we don't know. There's no point in guessing. So if you clear the exam before 26, good for you. After 26, we'll have to add new element also. No problem. Okay. This is how you calculate the vote value of one MLA. So we have seen the example of Telangana. Now, please don't say, sir, in 1971, there is no Telangana. By 1971, no Telangana. But we know the current area of Telangana, what was that area's population in 1971, right? So we have used that population. Okay. So this is the only reason. There is no other reason, right? That we do not want to punish the southern states for controlling their population. Now you have calculated the vote value of an MLA. What you will do is you will calculate vote value of all the MLAs of all the states. Slowly and steadily calculate vote value of MLAs of say Arunachal, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, all the states, find their vote value, add all the vote values of all the MLAs. Okay? Divide by total number of elected MPs. You get the vote value of an MP. Simple. Very, very simple. Vote value MP. Total vote value of all MLAs and divide this number by number of elected MPs. Here, mind you, there is no 100, no 1000, nothing. We are using 1971 census for every state. For each and every state, the formula is the same. It is not going to be any different. Okay? So this is the formula for MP and MLA. Coming here, look at this. You have added the vote value of all these MLAs, yes or no? What is the final value? This one, 543231, meaning 5,43,231. You divide this number by total number of MPs. We have 543 elected MPs in Lok Sabha and we have 233 elected MPs in the Rajya Sabha. The total is 776. Divide it, you get 700. This number is actually fixed. This is what? The vote value of one MP. So every MP in the country, whether Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, has the same vote value. When an MP goes to the election of the president and puts his or her vote, that means 700 votes. But if you look at the states, if you are an MLA in Goa, your vote value is 20. If you are an MLA in MP, vote value 131. MLA in say Nagaland, only 9. So vote value of MLAs, it varies. And number 2, vote value of MPs is fixed. That is Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Are we clear on this? Okay. And let me remind you, please don't mug up this information. Let me write it here. Do not mug up. If you want to impress somebody randomly, then maybe. For the exam, it is not important. Okay. So this is the election procedure, and this is the vote value concept, and this is the formula. I hope now you know the vote value formula. Formula is important. This is important, not the vote value concept. Nobody cares what is the vote value. The formula is actually important. Are we clear on this? And this concept of vote value is mentioned under Article 55 of the Indian Constitution. Okay? Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow, we'll take up our discussion remember that concept called system of proportional representation, single transferable vote. We'll discuss what exactly is that tomorrow. Before you run away, we'll solve two questions quickly. Solve this question, came in 2018. Without wasting any time, I'll give you 1 minute of time to mark your answer. Oh, sorry, I'll give you 30 seconds of time to mark your answer. Not 1 minute. 1 minute is too much. Who can become president? We'll discuss the qualification tomorrow. Yes, Shalu, it is to impart justice also, of course. 68% got this answer correct. Very good. The value of vote of each MLA varies. Yes or no? Of course it varies. One is correct. Every state's vote value varies. So remove this. Can't be the answer. The value of vote of MP of Lok Sabha is more? No. The value of vote of MP of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha is same. Fixed. 700. 2 is wrong. A1 only is the right answer. And last question for the day. Solo question came 20 years ago. Please read the statement carefully. Don't jump to mark the answer. I'll launch the poll shortly. %54% have marked this answer. That's great. I'll tell you what became the problem. Look at this. The value of vote of an elected MLA, of course, equals state population upon number of elected MLAs into, what is this? What is this? 100. What's the formula? 1000. Yes or no? The formula says 1000. See, 1000. So 1 is wrong. If 1 is wrong, these two can't be the answers. Remove them. Now either 2 or 3. The value of vote of an elected MP equals total value of votes of all MLAs upon total number of elected MLAs. This is correct. If 2 is correct, this has to be the answer. That's it. Third statement, we don't even need to know. There were more than 5,000 members in the latest elections. Of course not. In the elections, how many members are there to vote? MLAs and MPs. How many MLAs do we have even now? Look at this number, 4033. Total MLAs here. And how many MPs? 776. 4033,776. Add this, it is less than 5,000. At that point of time also, it was less than 5,000. So 3 is actually wrong. Less. Anyway, that's all for me, guys. We'll meet tomorrow at 5. The only condition that is imposed on you right now is to revise. Please go home. I mean, you're in the house only, of course. Revise properly at least twice or thrice the slides as of now. That should be sufficient. Are we clear? But please revise at least 3 times before we meet tomorrow. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. And if you have any queries, concerns, let's see. Discussions, Darshan, will be sufficient. No need to do anything else. Neel Kamal, solve questions. That's the best way to go about it. Solve questions. What is MLC, Ajit? MLC basically is a politician who is a part of legislative council. So if you don't live in a state like that, you won't know. Some states have councils also, like Rajya Sabha. We'll discuss who is an MLC and how you can become MLC later on. Shiv, which city? Shiv, currently the online class is taking place in Bangalore, so I'm currently in Bangalore. Gazette of State will be in regional language, will also be in regional language, apart from English. Abdullah, Union versus Federation. Federation is a country where you have very strict division of power between center and states. As far as country which is unitary in nature, there the center has all the power, states have no power. Akshita, Jyotiraditya Scindia is an MP from which constituency? No. He is an MP in Rajya Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, you are an MP from a state. Try to find out which state does he represent in the Rajya Sabha. Okay? Tanmay, MLAs of Jammu and Kashmir as of now cannot take part in elections. Once they are added, then number of the population of J&K in 1971 upon the number of MLAs. If Andhra Pradesh is MLC state, then why Jagan Mohan is MLA? No. MLAs are there in all the states. In some states, you can have MLCs also, right? MLCs also additionally. And Chief Minister can come from any house. He can be MLA or MLC. Neel Kamal, solving questions, go online. You will find so many websites which provide for mock tests of various coaching institutes. Harish, not required. Shivaji, what is the doubt, Shivaji? Second option, numerator, explain. What is it explained? Total number of elected MPs. Look at the formula. See the formula here. Total number of elected MPs. That's the formula. Suhail, vote value. What is this preference? This concept, we have not even discussed preference. We are only calculating vote value. Don't worry on preference and all. Vote value. Vivek will come to it in the coming classes, right? Abhiraj, Nitish Kumar is an MLA. If you look at the very first point we had mentioned, elected MLAs only can vote. MLCs cannot vote. How to learn articles? Revision is the only way to learn articles. What is this? Electoral College of what? Constituency? Union Territory. It's Electoral College of UT. There is nothing called Electoral College of UT. electoral college is an English word. Right? It's not a polity-based word. Electoral college means a group of voters. So the electoral college of the president has group of people who can vote there. All the MPs, all the MLAs. MLAs of the states. States will also include 2 UTs of Pondicherry and Delhi. That's it. We have MPs in Jammu and Kashmir as of now, but we don't have MLAs as of now in Jammu and Kashmir. Sneha, MP is at the central level, MLA at the state level. See, if your questions are not addressed, your SMEs will address the question, right? So don't worry. Okay, so I believe your questions largely have been addressed by me. In case something has been skipped, don't worry. I'm here only for the next 5 weeks, so your doubts and queries will be addressed. Nothing will go unaddressed. And you can get the experts to address your concerns now. And if you have any questions, ask me tomorrow, right at the beginning of our class, and we'll discuss these topics tomorrow, right? So that's all. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.